Let's pray together. God our Father, a year ago we met here and you blessed us. In that year we were able to finish the conference. We had a Founders Day, we had MOBA praise, we inaugurated a number of year groups, we gave you thanks in various services. We had fun games in which we lost sometimes, and we also had quizzes in which we missed the cup. And then we had engagement series, and then we had speech day, and we had various services. For all of these, we have come to give account, and we are grateful. We commit each and every one of us into your hands. We pray for the leadership as they steer affairs. Give them wisdom to be able to direct all of us. May everything be ordered. You have granted us traveling mercies, and we have arrived. We pray same for all our brothers who are on their way, and all those who come along to give us fraternity messages. Lord, let them come and enjoy the blessings you have been giving our school from 1876. At the end of the day, when we have realized all the blessings you have given us, we'll be careful to give nobody but you the praise. We ask all of this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Please be seated.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Come on. Lady, gentlemen, fellow boys, invited guests, it is indeed my honor and pleasure once again to welcome you all to the second annual conference of Old Boys of Mfantsipim School, MOBA, under the new constitution of the association. Article 44 of our regulation reads as follows. Annual conference. The executive committee shall organize an annual MOBA conference for A, all old boys, B, all persons who have held a senior position at the school for a period of at least 5 years, and all honorary members. The agenda of the annual MOBA conference shall be as follows: to receive a report from council, to receive a report from the headmaster, to raise funds for Mfantsipim, and such other business as the council may determine. This meeting today is in fulfillment of that obligation. Before we proceed any further, let me take this opportunity to introduce the members of the National Executive Committee seated on the stage. In the center, we have our leader, Ebusuapanyin, Captain Forjoe. To his left, we have Senior Kofi Hammond, who is the vice. To the left of Mr. Kofi Hammond is Kofi, the assistant treasurer. To his left is Mr. Teshie, a member. And the far end is Kwesi Wilson, deputy organizer. We are missing James Morgan, who is walking up and down. He's the assistant secretary. And our treasurer is unable to be with us today, and our organizer is also out of the country and cannot be with us. My name is Kofi Coleman. I'm the secretary. Let me, at this time, also acknowledge the presence of our guests. Thank you very much for moving. We shall resume the second session with the school song, June Shakan. I'm told somebody is going to lead us. James, who is leading us in the June Shakan? What's his name? June Shakan. Will somebody lead us in June Shakan, please? You can. Right.
Ready? Go.
Nanumbo taipa was yejumapa Bena kechifu taipa Nanumbo taipa was yejumapa Bena kechifu taipa Thank you very much, Solomon Redu, photographer, musician, multi-talented, otherwise known as Broso. We start with the report, and the first report is from the sponsoring year groups for last year's activities, Speech Day, and various activities leading up to Speech Day. The report is to be presented by Dr. William Amanfo, MOBA 66. He was the chairman for the sponsoring year groups.
Ebusuapanyin of MOBA, the National Executive Committee of MOBA, distinguished old boys, it gives me great pleasure this morning to give you a summary of activities held by the MOBA 60 sponsoring year groups, which consists of those who left Mfantsipim 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40, and 50 years. The constituent members of the committee of the sponsoring year group was made up of either the president or the secretary of the various associations. However, other members of MOBA were invited to assist as and when necessary. MOBA 1956 year group was regarded technically as belonging to the group, but by virtue of their seniority, they were exempted from meetings but briefed on proceedings and activities of the committee. Their wise counsel was sought as and when appropriate. The National Executive Committee of MOBA was represented on the sponsoring year group committee by the Ebusuapanyin Captain Forjoe, Mr. James Kojo Morgan, Charles Kobna, and Pari Abwaji. The committee met once a month, but this was changed to fortnightly meetings as various deadlines approached. As a sponsoring year group, we formally took over from the previous year sponsoring group on the 23rd of January 2016 and immediately swung into action. Now, coordination of activities. Based on the experience of previous sponsoring year groups, this committee deemed it fit and proper to engage the authorities of Mfantsipim School in the early planning process of activities for the year. Thus, at least 2 or 3 representatives from the school often attended our meetings. In addition, the sponsoring year group traveled to Cape Coast on 2 occasions to meet with the headmaster and staff of Mfantsipim School, all in the planning process for the activities. As has been the tradition over the years, the major sponsoring year group was the 1986 year group, which provided the pivotal support to Mfantsipim in the projects that we undertook. The 86 year group was given the honor to provide an overall theme for the celebrations marking the 140th anniversary of the founding of Mfantsipim School. And this theme was contributing to professionalism and meritocracy for national and global development. Distinguished gentlemen, I now give you a synopsis of the activities undertaken by the various sponsoring year groups. The 1966 year group provided a siren for the academic and domestic sites. And here I want to acknowledge the technical advice given by a member of the MOBA 1966 year group, Mr. William Sam, in providing this technical support. The 1976 year group completed the rehabilitation and refurbishing of the Form 1 block, which quite frankly they have adopted as their pet. And their activities were coordinated by their president, Mr. K.B. Coleman, who is also the Secretary of MOBA and a member of the Sponsoring Year Group Committee. MOBA 1986, construction of a duplex for staff with each unit consisting of 2 bedrooms, a hall, kitchen, bathroom, and provisions of the necessities of life, such as some of the necessities of life, such as fridge, TV, and other appliances. The bedroom and hall of these 2 outfits were furnished by MOBA 81 in support of the activities of MOBA 86. They also organized the fundraising dinner, which was held at World Trade Center in Accra on the 22nd of October 2016. Their project was coordinated by a professional, Lord Amanfo-Eshan, who provided the necessary technical support and all the supervisory work involved in constructing that building, and the overall coordination of the activities of the 1986 year group was provided by Mr. Egbert Bako, Ni Bako Egbert. The 1996 year group completed the construction of toilet facilities located in between the administration block and the assembly hall, and this was handed over to the school a day before the actual speech day, and their work was coordinated by Mr. Kwesi Angel, who is the president of the year group. The 2006 year group provided 44 whiteboards, 22 of which have been installed and 22 yet to be installed, but we have been assured that the 22 have already been paid for, and these will be installed as soon as possible. And their work was coordinated by Mr. Azuma Mamadou, who is president of the MOBA 2006 year group. The Founders Day activities. I think this will be commented on by MOBA National Executive, but the sponsoring year groups, working in close collaboration with MOBA National and the school, planned and executed the activities for the Founders Day, which was held on 3rd April 2016. On Saturday, there was a series of lectures on mentoring and drug abuse, and I'm pleased to say that my wife was one of the lecturers, gave a lecture on drug abuse and student life. And in the evening, we had brass band music through some of the principal streets of Cape Coast, a bonfire, and fireworks. MOBA praise at East Cantonment and special Thanksgiving Calvary Methodist Church. These 2 highly patronized religious activities were organized in February and August 2016 respectively by NEC, but with also heavy input from the sponsoring year group. The MOBA engagement series. The 6 sponsoring year groups evolved the idea of a panel discussion on a theme of national interest that related to the overall theme for the 140th anniversary celebration. In this regard, the maiden engagement series was held at the British Council on 15th of September 2016 with the theme Advancing Ghana's Progress Through Effective Professionalism, Thinking and Looking Ahead, Jen Shekan, under the overarching theme for the 2016 celebrations. The thematic areas for discussions were education, Mr. Anis Safa, MOBA 66, industry, Mr. Kwiku Awotri, formerly of VRA, MOBA 76, infrastructure, Professor B.K. Baden of KNUST Kumasi, MOBA 86, finance, Mr. Patrick E. Kito of MOBA 96. The panel discussion was moderated by Dr. Josiah A.M. Koba. It was suggested to the National Council that this event be made an annual affair, and I'm happy to report that this suggestion was accepted by MOBA National. 140th anniversary day. Again, this event I have and Canada. We went from MOBA DC to MOBA US, and then finally MOBA USCAN, United States and Canada. We crowned the day with a glorious fundraiser dinner dance. Kofi Annan and F.A. Bartels, who we sponsored all the way from France, were our special distinguished guests. Directed by Headmaster Bartels and shepherding MOBA USCAN and MOBA UK, a written document was put in place for the formation of the MOBA International Alliance, hoping to bring together pockets of MOBA, big or small, all over the world to help Mfantsipim School. Headmaster Bartels told us that Mfantsipim School belonged or belongs to the Methodist Church of Ghana. So we needed an approval from the church before undertaking such a project. At the 1997 conference of the Methodist Church, a delegation comprising leaders of MOBA USCAN, MOBA Ghana, and MOBA UK IRE presented the concept and sought the support of our parent church. Ours was a simple request: give us the mandate to solicit and mobilize resources to assist our school. The conference received us well, but we left with, "You shall hear from us." In 1997, I stepped down as president of MOBA USCAN to give someone else a chance at the helm. But before leaving, I proposed the rotational administrative system, something that I had done when I was president of the Accra Students' Union. We started the administration at Mfantsipim. We handed it over to Adistadel. Adistadel handed it over to Prempe. And I think by the third or fourth school, I had left the United States. As I said, I proposed a rotational administration system because, I think members of the executive body domiciled in close proximity to each other fostered a convenient and effective working body. We have done it in Metro DC. So next is Chicago for 2 or 3 years, whatever the Congress will decide. Then New York, New Jersey. Follow it with Philadelphia, Delaware Valley. We go to Atlanta, Houston, Los Angeles, and swing back to the East Coast. That way, our annual event takes place in the city of the serving executive. Unfortunately, the mantle that I donned off was not picked up, and MOBA USCAN started to fly at the level of the horizon instead of up, and away. But the fire didn't die. The embers stayed aglow and thus ushered in the second phase, PHSE, of MOBA US. Led by a very dynamic, energetic young man, Pratt Abrukwa. I think he is class of 84, I'm not very sure. 86, okay. Pratt Abrukwa and his very competent and resourceful executive, MOBA USA, like the phoenix, has risen, not from the ashes, but from the glowing embers. The foundational and organizational work they have done in just a few months is phenomenal. Let me not use time at the podium to chronicle their accomplishments. We implore you to explore their platform and we'll give you all the pertinent information. We want you to be involved. On the 26th, 27th, and 28th of May 2017,
MOBA USA will showcase its first event in the second phase, its first national congress and other ancillary activities, including an immaculately planned fundraiser dinner dance. And I have no doubt that it will be a resounding success. Mr. Abruka wants me to tell you and the executive of Ghana National MOBA that they will honor the requests of the endowment fund, but they are in their initial stages, and just give them time to crawl. They'll stand up and they'll walk, and they will walk tall. Gentlemen, I tell you, you are going to be seeing some great things, some great, fantastic accomplishment by the resurgent, reborn, born again MOBA USA. Folks, we need you. These younger old boys need you. Your encouragement, your ideas, wise counsel, share a firm route to successful achievements, leadership skills, tricks and strategies. You know what it will mean to these younger old boys to see a posting on their platform by a very nationally prominent Mfantsipim old boy urging them not to give up, never despair, but keep striving for Mfantsipim and Ghana. Distinguished guests, fellow old boys, at the end of the day, it is not for us. It is not about us. We seek not any glory for ourselves. We only beseech the good Lord to give us the strength to raise high this our beloved beacon of education, our dear alma mater, Mfantsipim School on Kwabocho Hill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we take a report from MOBA Canada to be read by Egbert Bruce. I'm also to inform your friends overseas by WhatsApp, whatever, that this event is streaming live. If you need the what do you call it? The address, the link, Yao around will give you the link. Thank you.
So still good morning. And Ebusuapanyin, National Executive, Mr. Headmaster, distinguished gentlemen, mates, colleagues. Yesterday, I think around dinner time in Canada, a group of gentlemen decided that they couldn't make the trip to Ghana, so they have to find someone to speak for them. So at 2 a.m., I got a call that I should come and represent them. So bear with me as I read this report from our colleagues in Canada. I'm still here with you. I've never been there. It's with great pleasure to provide you the 16th annual report for MOBA Ontario. It was another successful year for MOBA Ontario, Canada. And we continue
sponsored Mr. Kwame Eja, the then headmaster, on a 2-week trip to the UK. The object of this visit was to expose Mr. Eja to a variety of leading UK schools, independent or privately funded, state schools, and other tertiary institutions. At this same time, April 2012, the foundation arranged a meeting with Mr. Kwame Eja and the school's lawyer, Mr. Frank W.K. Beecham. At this meeting, the foundation expressed its concern over the flagrant abuse of Mfantsipim's property and introduced in discussion a system of best practices to follow in order to protect the intellectual property of Mfantsipim School, copyright, the proper control and licensing of merchandise. The foundation invited Dr. Peter Bosman, the mayor of Piran, Slovenia, to be the guest speaker for the 2012 fundraising event held at the Chelsea Harbour Hotel, London. Donations to Mfantsipim School. In November 2012, the foundation procured and shipped textbook, microscopes, and other scientific equipment to Mfantsipim School. These items were presented to the school by Captain Baba Awuni, retired, on behalf of the foundation. He also, on behalf of the foundation, donated a digital duplicator to Mfantsipim School. This was during the 2012 annual speech and prize giving event. For the past 20 years, an annual fundraising day, an annual Founders Day and Thanksgiving service has been held at the Central Hall, Westminster, the flagship of the Methodist Church in England. Services are attended by old boys, former tutors, supporters, and affiliates of the extensive Mfantsipim family. Scholarship and exchange programs. The foundation is always seeking innovative ways to assist Mfantsipim's progress and development. In this regard, scholarship and exchange programs have been initiated and offered through the foundation. Unfortunately, Mfantsipim felt at the time that it was ill-prepared and unable to take up these opportunities. However, we can state on authority that for the last year, the headmaster and 2 students visited MOBA UK on this exchange program. The foundation is led by the executive committee with the support of dedicated old boys from various year groups, donors, and supporters from other nationalities and backgrounds who believe in the objective of the foundation. Support of the foundation and participation in its work is not exclusive to Mfantsipim old boys. MOBA Secretariats, MOBA year groups, it is with great pleasure to provide you with the 2016 MOBA Mfantsipim UK Ireland branch. Thank you. God bless you. I continue with the reports from MOBA Ashanti. I'm standing in for 3 year groups: MOBA UK Ireland, MOBA Ashanti, and MOBA Western. So the next will be for MOBA. Let me start with MOBA Western, and I'll end with MOBA Ashanti. Since I've already addressed the chair, Ebusuapanyin, I didn't feel that I continue. Thank you. MOBA Western. This chapter was regarded as the most vibrant until recent development in the country altered the socio-economic nature of Sekondi Takoradi. Meetings which used to be well attended are now very poorly attended. The few planned activities are also poorly patronized. Some have attributed this decline in the chapter activity and patronage to the rising importance of year groups in the affairs of the school. In spite of the unattractive prospect, a few old boys in the Twin City decided to try to reactivate the Sekondi Takoradi chapter. In the latter part of 2011, an impromptu meeting was held to plan a funeral of a deceased old boy, and a plan of action was put together to reactivate the chapter. The plan of action included setting up bylaws, elect new executives, fix membership dues, reactivate the chapter's bank account, develop a membership drive, set up committees to prepare the rebirth program. The bylaws and all these plan of actions were implemented. A draft was set up, discussed, and adopted. In 2012, they conducted an election. The headmaster honored our invitation to observe the election and announced the results to the MOBA National. That he mentioned MOBA headquarters, but the National Council, the school, and then the bankers. There was an induction conducted by Right Reverend Edward Ofori-Donko on the 3rd of September 2012 at the Wesley Cathedral, second day. In attendance was the headmaster and old boy Kwame Eja, Honorable Papa Osu Ankuma, Honorable Kobina Ochedako Mensa, and several Wesley girls, old girls were present. MOBA members present numbered about 22. The inducted executives were J.B. Akwa Harrison of 1958 2-year group, Ben Abanhagen 1962-year group, Ben Leeward 1976, Alex O. Sakifio 1969, Albert Khan 1967, James A. Abedu Brew 1966, J.E.K. Wee Afedi 1966, and then Sam K. Hackman 1962. Membership Directory. We have developed a directory of members in the Sekondi Takoradi metropolitan area. The current list covers 129 members and includes year group, phone numbers, and a few email. Residential addresses will be included as the data is obtained. We introduced a quarterly information sheet. This was intended to be a medium of information on the activities of the chapter. It ran from first quarter of 2013 until the last quarter of 2014. It was discontinued for the lack of patronage and support. We organized symposia, fundraising lunch, annual get-together, and home visits to aged old boys. We held monthly meetings at a venue which had been made available to us on gratis by old boy Ochedako Mensa, MP for Takoradi. We made contributions to assist the school to participate in the national annual maths and science quiz from 2013. Only a few members contributed, and we made a 5,000, 3,000, and 1,500 donation in 2013, 2014, and 2015, respectively. In 2016, invitations to monthly meetings went regularly, but response was not encouraging. Several meetings did not hold for the lack of quorum. As a result, scheduled activities had to be postponed. We did not send a delegation to the speech day of 2016 and did not make our annual contribution to the annual National Maths and Science Quiz. The executive is aware of the decline in interest and has resolved to take appropriate action. Thank you very much. Signed, Mr. J.B. Akwa Harrison, President of MOBA Western. Now the final on the report, MOBA Ashanti. In the year in review, MOBA Ashanti maintained its uniqueness of mobilizing members from various year groups in the Ashanti region and its environs to participate in meetings and other activities that seek to promote interest of its alma mater. The executives of the MOBA Ashanti, the old executives, were as follows: T.C. Ankara, President from MOBA 1960, Elijah Dazimenza, Vice President, MOBA 1991, Joe Kwanza, Secretary, MOBA 1995, Edward Abeku Ampa, Assistant Secretary, MOBA 2003, and Kwesi Hammond, Acting Treasurer. The program for the year was planned during the first meeting of the year, and most of them executed as planned. The meetings were fashioned to be general meetings and business meetings in alternation. General meetings were used to discuss issues concerned with the development of Mfantsipim School, the welfare of members and the association, while the business meetings were meetings set aside to treat select topics of interest to members. These bordered on health, economic, social, and political issues. Officially, Meetings were to start at 6:30 p.m. However, due to the late reporting of members, some meetings delayed in starting and ending. Meetings were held at the KNUST poolside. Means of circulating information was primarily through text messages and WhatsApp group platform. Generally, meetings achieved a purpose, notwithstanding low attendance at some meetings. Notable features of some monthly meetings was the briefing. The President returned from a trip abroad and briefed members on his mission in aid of the school. A proposed project for the association which involves the painting of master's flats at Mfantsipim school, the mathematics and science quiz which was closely contested but somehow Mfantsipim losing. Preparation for speech day. As has been the practice for the last 4 years, the association deliberated on how it could repackage this pre-speech day health checkup for the staff of Mfantsipim school. The then Vice President volunteered to get a team together to once again represent MOBA Ashanti at the 140th speech day. Elections. Mention was made for the first time by the President for elections of new executives to be held by the end of the year. He stressed on the need for this so as not to repeat a history of MOBA Ashanti where former President Dr. W. Amono Godfred had to hold his office for 20 years before a successor was got. The meeting also saw the Secretary of MOBA 2015 year group and of MOBA KNUST visiting the association and informing the House of their meeting days and schedule. The December meeting was rendered unofficial as most members were not present due to the election euphoria and also late meeting reminders being sent. However, because it was mostly the executives that were present, the opportunity was seized to reflect on the year in stock. Part of the discussions for the year in stock was a health screening done at the 140th anniversary speech day on 3 different areas, as in body mass index and establish obesity of the staff, body fat analysis, and insulin resistance and others. This was done on the Friday prior to the speech day. He also mentioned to me that if you have not received any results from these tests, it means you are okay. Thank you. There was an election of executives held just this Thursday in Kumasi to change the executives who have been holding the position for the past 10 years. And new to the executives, President is Elijah Dazimensa of MOBA 1991, Vice Joe Kwanzaa of MOBA 1995, Secretary Edward Abeka Ampa of 2003, Treasurer Emmanuel Apiapoku 1997, Organizer Nana Kwesi Sapon of 1993, and then they introduced a new position as a chaplain for the Ashanti branch, Atum Fenyin Martin of 2001. Thank you very much, Ebusuapanyin.
Thank you, Kofi. You're allowed some water. Normally at functions like this, you take a little break where people, maybe some motivational speaker or somebody comes just to break the monotony. Or if you are powerful enough, you can ask people to stand on their chairs and raise one leg and then they wake up. I promise you we'll get through this quickly because I can see tired faces out there. We shall now have the next regional report for the Central Region to be read by Dr. Kenneth Akins.
Ebusuapanyin of local advisor fame, national executives, Mr. Headmaster, distinguished old boys, some of whom I've met today, who have told me that they became old boys before I was born. I present the Central Region Branch report, which is going to be very short, precisely because we are very near the school. And for membership, on record we are about 122, but believe me, there are about 500 old boys in Central Region, just in Cape Coast. Out of this number, 27 are members of staff, some of whom you've seen this morning. And we have interacted with these members on staff. At one of these interactions, they were happy to be around, who gave them a pep talk, and I can assure you, that it has made some magic. And we're expecting to also interact with the new headmaster, Mr. Manfred Odro, in the shortest possible time, because certain concerns were raised, which we think we should discuss for the benefit of the school. In terms of activities, I have a long list here, but prominent among them are one activity that we've decided to start, and we started this year or last year, is to take part in one of the inspections on Saturday. Selected old boys go along with the house masters for inspection. We want to do this as a way of bringing back some of the old traditions that we met. We also participated in the MOBA annual engagement series at the British Council Hall. Also, the special Thanksgiving service held at Calvary Methodist Church, Accra. Our meetings are held monthly, every first Tuesday, where we have a variety of activities, mainly on talks centering on health, land issues, legal issues, etc. Average attendance at meetings has hovered around 20. In terms of donations, we make a Readers' Mite every year. Last year, the association donated a brand new Epson projector to the National Science and Maths Quiz team. In terms of achievements and challenges, over the years since the association was revamped in 1988, we've seen an increase in membership and attendance to programs and events. A major challenge is the payment of dues. It looks as if the old boys prefer to buy beer than to pay dues. But we are working on that spirit. We also want to acknowledge the support of our board of patrons in the persons of Honorable Ebusuapanyin, Professor Philip Bowen Simpson, Mr. Kwame Eja, Mr. Stephen Arthur, Mr. Jonathan Branson, who is here with us. May I please request you to be upstanding? Indeed, he has been attending all the national meetings. Mr. C.K. Shen, Mr. Daniels, and Professor Edward Mafu, who is also helping us in bringing our books to order. In terms of money, we don't have much money. The little we have, we intended to set up an endowment fund, but in lieu of that, we've started
some investment at GoCo Securities. And we hope that we'll be able to do something in the very near future. In terms of executive, the Vice President, Dr. Ampanisa, Secretaries, Mr. Francis Apiafoku, a teacher who is here, Mr. Isaac Ankuma, also a teacher, Mr. Henry Abraham, our organizing secretary, Mr. Henry Obobisa, a teacher, and Mr. Joe Hefron, who is a welfare officer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senior Akins. I think I take license again to make a comment. I mean, if after the central meeting, you go to a bar and you see the students there, obviously they start learning to spend their money on beer at that stage. Another comment. We have interacted with MOBA US, and they've set up a not-for-profit organization, registered it officially. So if your members overseas, especially in the US, they can contribute to that and get tax breaks. I think it's very important to the Americans. So if you let them know that if they will join that MOBA North America and pay money there, you'll get some tax rebates from Donald. Thank you. Next is for over a year now we've run the water and sanitation. The headmaster has mentioned it, and Dr. Amanfo Mobas is the chairman of the water and sanitation committee, so he'll give us a brief report on that. Thank you. Ken has taken my papers. Sorry, may I make a... Senior Akins, you've taken my papers away. If I can have them back, please. You've added my papers to yours, Senior Akins.
Good. Is it afternoon or morning still? I will want to hide behind the statement of Professor Yasi that you go straight on to the point without going through protocol, which I've already done. But before I do so, I would like the president or members of the sponsoring year group to stand up and be acknowledged, because you will start your bonding process from today. So we'll start with MOBA 57. Professor Kofi Dapa, if you are around, please stand and be acknowledged. It's MOBA 1957. Now, MOBA 1967, President and Secretary, if you are here, please be upstanding. I know Professor David is here. So, your Secretary? Okay, all right. MOBA 87. Sorry, 77. Oh, Frepping. 77. All right, okay. And the headmaster, yeah. Okay. MOBA 97. 87. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. You see, fatigue. MOBA 87. Who is the president? And the secretary, I believe. Okay. Then MOBA 97. 97. Okay. Who is the president? Oh, okay. You are members of that. Okay. Then MOBA 2007. Oh, all right. You are very, very well represented by someone who knows it all. So straight to the reason why I'm back here on the podium. Colleague Old Boys, I think I will need to just spend a few minutes to appraise you of the on the genesis of this water and sanitation committee, which has been operating for a little over a year. Following reports of total breakdown in water supply, overall poor sanitation, and an outbreak of cholera at Mfantsipim School, an SOS message was sent by the former headmaster of Mfantsipim, Mr. Simpson, to the former Ebusuapanyin of Mfantsipim, Dr. Francis Poku. Dr. Poku immediately set up a committee of which I was the chairman, and the constituent members were Mr. Ebusuapanyin, Samuel Apitin, Kujodom, Kofi Esel, and later Captain Paul Forjoe, who is now the Ebusuapanyin of MOBA. Solicitation for funds from old boys has been difficult, slow, and staggered, thus forcing progress on the work of the committee also to perform in a staggered stop and start manner. However, despite these challenges, I would want to enumerate all the things that we have done so far. Some of them were very well succinctly presented by the headmaster, Mr. Odro. And then also members of the MOBA Council have been briefed periodically anytime we have our meetings at the Methodist headquarters in Accra. So far, the work we've done so far has been changing the intake water pipe from 2-inch to 4 inches from the Cape Coast main, installing 4 by 25,000 liter water tanks, and the 42,000 water tank again at the senior field to act as storage points to augment water supply when the mains from Cape Coast town is cut off. Installing 3 electric pumps, 1 vertical and 2 horizontal. The engineers will understand their functions better in order to supply water to overhead tanks, especially at the academic site when the mains are cut off. And then repairing the ablutions at the academic site, removing the old system that was there and installing an environmentally friendly ablution system with 22 pots. And again, rehabilitation of the ablutions at Freeman Agri and installing 22 toilet pots there. Now, in carrying out the project, we realized that there was no map or no sketches indicating the water supply system in Mfantsipim School. So it was very difficult to track the supply network. So we had to do something about that. And then also, it appeared that the water supply to the northeast part of the school, that is the Abuka Money area, and also the staff quarters there, did not have adequate water because of the different connection system which was sent there as compared to that which we did for the main academic and the dormitories and then the staff bungalows on the other side of Mfantsipim. Therefore, these areas which were not covered properly by the increase in the 4-inch pipe water intake will form the crux of the phase 2 of the project, of the next phase of the restoring full water supply to the school. Thus, phase 2 will involve this northeastern part of the school, as well as the erection of retaining wall on the pump house in order to prevent the sliding of the hill, which had to be cut in order to make way for the pump house. We have preliminary indications of what is involved in phase 2, but it is the view of the committee that information on this has to be revisited when within the context of price increases and the potential for unexpected ancillary works that have to be done. Again, in starting the whole project, we came across a lot of challenges which were not covered in the original estimates for the project. And these were cleaning and rehabilitation of leaking fiberglass and concrete tanks, especially at the academic sites, fencing and fixing of razor wire due to thefts that we experienced at the senior field when initial installations were put in place, mapping of the water pipe system, of the water pipe layout in Mfantsipim, and then replacement of underground cables supplying or servicing the water pumps which were severely damaged because of bushfires in the place, and then repair of water pumps which got damaged through, unfortunately, negligence. Now, let me give you a condensed breakdown of our financial situation at the moment. Through the contributions of Old Boys, the PTA, and other well-wishers of Mfantsipim School, we collected a total of 452,631 cedis, 63 pesos. And then expenditure on the whole project to date has been 403,172 cedis, 76 pesos. So this gives us a net positive balance of 458 cedis, 87 pesos. Year groups were levied 15,000 cedis each to support the water and sanitation project. Whilst Old Boys and year groups have positively responded to the appeal, as many as 20 year groups have never contributed a cent. 10 have only made partial contribution. 10 year groups have made only partial contributions, and 10 have fully paid the 15,000. And I would want to add that MOBA 1979 went out of their way to pay 30,000 as their contribution. And I want us to give them a mighty round of applause. Now, I want to challenge the new chairman of the sponsoring year group that he has a job to do. And the immediate job is this, that he should make sure that his year group pays the 15,000 cedis before the commencement of his first meeting to sponsor the year group. So, Professor David Forjoe, Assoc the 15,000 so that we move on. For lack of time, I would have mentioned the names of the 20 year groups which have not contributed a cent to the whole project, but we leave it for another day. I have to seek permission from the front if I can do that, but we'll do that at a later time. But I will be very grateful if you could settle your bill. Now, a quick report on our inspection visit to the school to examine the final stage of where we are before this meeting. So, in preparation for the handing over of the first phase of the project, a visit was made to the school by Mr. Sami Apintin of MOBA 78, Mr. Kofi SL MOBA 2001, and myself. And when we went to Mfantsipim, we met the headmaster, the assistant headmaster, Mr. Mensa, who is there, Mr. Brimcrine, of assistant headmaster in charge of academic, in charge of domestic, and then Mr. J, who is head of the maintenance section. Colleague Old Boys, I can tell you that this visit was really an eye-opener, in the sense that MOBA has done a lot, as was acknowledged by the headmaster. But it behoves on the authorities of Mfantsipim to also do their bit to meet us at least halfway. We found to our dismay that a lot of the taps that service the tanks that have been put at strategic points in the academic and the domestic sites, almost all of them were faulty. The stop valves, which would control the inflow of water into the pipe, almost all of them were down. And to our disappointment, we saw clean water being pumped from the senior field, just flowing through the gutters because the taps were not shut and the students were all in the academic site. So we brought this serious occurrence that we found to the attention of the headmaster, that the old boys cannot be sponsoring such a heavy investment and then in the final analysis shortages occur because of very, very minor inconsequential expenses that need to be settled by the school. So this has placed a big responsibility on you, Mr. Headmaster. You gave us the assurance when we were there that you will tackle this immediately, and I'm sure you will do it so that the investments that we have made will stand the test of time. Now, we requested the school to provide a day and night security at the installations on the senior field because of experiences we have had of theft and vandalization of some of the installed pipes. And again, he has promised to help with that. And then also with the installation of these extra toilet facilities, we will need cleaners to keep them going. And then also the insistence on the use of toilet paper in these toilets so that they can last a long time. Colleagues, the future and sustainability of the systems put in place requires that admissions to Mfantsipim should be kept at the number agreed to by the school board, because the problem of sanitation is a direct consequence of overpopulation on the school compound. Now, there are some few outstanding works which I need to let you be aware. We need to concrete the floor of the pump house, paint the building, and do the landscaping. And then after that, we will do the final testing once again of the entire systems and hand over the phase 1 to the school. In conclusion, colleagues, I can say that despite the numerous challenges that we have encountered, we have succeeded in addressing the hydra-headed water and sanitation situation in Mfantsipim by the thank you. By the provision of improved water supply and additional 44 toilet pots. The overall sanitation in the school, as has again been pointed out by the headmaster, should further be improved by educating the students. We should educate them to have a behavior change, because they stay in Mfantsipim for a very short time, and Mfantsipim does not have enough time to put them through the crucible of the systems that those of us who were there for 5 years and 7 years. Those of us who were there for 5 to 7 years went through. So now you have to take it as an additional task to talk to them to change their behavior for the best, because they are coming from backgrounds where perhaps open defecation is the norm. In Mfantsipim, it is not the norm. They should be educated to behave according to civilized standards. Finally, I would like to thank members of the committee, especially Mr. Sami Apinting, who unfortunately asked to be excused from this meeting because of the funeral that he has had. Yes, MOBA 78, I've mentioned it before. Mr. Kofi, MOBA 2001, and the Ebusuapanyin Captain Paul Forjoe for his untiring efforts and doing so much to make sure that we meet our objectives. Once again, my reward as chairman of this committee has been the honor to serve in Mfantsipim School. Thank you.
much, Dr. Amanfo. It is now my turn. Ebusuapanyin, National Executive, Committee members, Council members, distinguished guests, fellow boys, it is once again my honor and duty as Secretary to Council to present to you a report on Council activities as mandated by Article 54 of our regulations. The highest organ and plenary body of MOBA is the Council, and this Council is made up of 2 nominated members of each year group and regional group. This body elects from among its membership a National Executive Committee to steer the affairs of MOBA. Section 15 to 28 of our regulations guides us to the nature and activities of Council. The current Council is made up of year groups from 1955 to 2006 and regional groups from Bronga, Ahafo, Ashanti, Central, Western regions here in Ghana, in the USA, Canada and UK, in the diaspora. In all, 57 groups are represented on Council. 2004 have no representation at all, and 57, 58 and 84 have only 1 representative. These are not bad numbers, and it's our hope that everyone will come on board to make our association more vibrant. Council meetings. Our Constitution enjoins Council to have a meeting every quarter, that is 4 meetings a year, and this was achieved in 2016. Although we have not set fixed dates, Council meetings tend to take place on the last Thursday of each quarter. It is our aim to set dates for the whole year so that members can plan ahead. In the year under review, we had 4 meetings on the 25th February, 19th May, 29th September and 15th December. The Council meetings are quite vibrant and reminiscent of the school conference we had on the Hill. However, attendance could be better. We have more than 100 Council members, but our records show that we have never had more than 50 people attending Council meetings in the last year. Another very important concern is the dissemination of Council decisions to the wider MOBA family. It is a responsibility of Council members to act as a conduit both ways, relay the views of their groups to Council and do the same from Council to their groups. This appears not to be happening, and we keep receiving inquiries from individuals on matters discussed at Council. I trust Council members will take this on board and in future report back to their respective year groups. As we have a wider MOBA body here today, I hope you will hold your Council members to task, demand they attend meetings and seek information from them. It is also at these meetings that plans and activities of the National Executive Committee are discussed. Minutes of these meetings are available at the Secretariat. Resolutions of Council in 2016. Dues. At the meeting of Council held on 25th February 2016, it was resolved that yearly dues of the association be increased to 1,000 Ghana cedis for every year and regional group. But year groups that had attained 50 years or more since leaving Mfantsipim were exempted and could contribute whatever they wished. There is a potential of over 30,000 cedis to be raised in dues. A small amount, but will still help to pay some bills. It's unfortunate, though, that most year groups have not met their obligations for 2015 and 2016, and a full list of the defaulters will be made available soon. At the same meeting, Council resolved that the Mountful Expanded Committee be dissolved and the executive take over their functions. Just as a reminder, the Mountful Committee was set up to investigate the activities of a group in Ghana referred to as the MOBA Foundation. Strategic plan. Another resolution passed was the approval of the National Executive Committee's of MOBA's strategic plan. This was revised by a committee headed by Mr. Kenneth Jomfia, 61. But the committee was further tasked to devise a longer-term plan. Various aspects of the strategic plan, as approved, will be discussed by Ebusuapanyin in his keynote address. The newly appointed headmaster, Mr. Forjoe, was introduced at a council meeting on 15 September 2016, where he gave a brief account of the state of the school. MOBA activities. The year 2016 was recognized by MOBA and observed as a landmark year, being 140 years of the founding of our great alma mater. In this regard, several activities were organized by MOBA, ably supported by the supporting year groups, the Sixes. Dr. William Amanfo, 66, chairman of the SYG, has touched on these in his report. I would add a few which were MOBA national activities. MOBA Praise. A religious Songs of Praise event was held on Sunday, 28 February at the Covenant Family Community Church. The event brought together many old boys involved in Christian song ministration. The evergreen Joyful Way singers were in attendance, and the preacher for the day was Bishop Kakrabaden, MOBA 85, senior pastor of the Morning Star Cathedral, Lighthouse Chapel International. MOBA Annual Thanksgiving Service. A Thanksgiving service was held on Sunday, 7th August at the Calvary Methodist Church, Accra, to thank God for His mercies bestowed on us and our great school. The theme for the service was "To God be the glory," and the guest preacher was Apostle J.F.K. Mensah, MOBA 72. This highly successful event was followed by refreshments and a fireworks display at the Barclays Social Center, Independence Avenue, Accra. Commissioning of refurbished Science Lab. On 12 August 2016, the refurbished Science Lab was commissioned by the then Vice President of Ghana, His Excellency Kwesi Bekwe Emisata, MOBA 69. The refurbishment was funded by Tallow Oil, its Jubilee partners, and the GET Fund, while the MOBA national executives, past and present, were actively involved in seeing this project through. Commendation must go to old boys who work with Tallow and Jubilee partners, Kofi Son, now retired, Hans Jabba and Kwame Ochiri, for their efforts. The cost of refurbishments was put at $500,000, $500,000. This was for the structure and interior only, but we now have to look for funds to equip the lab. Innovations. The MOBA activities in 2016 included some innovations and inaugural activities, which we intend to retain as a normal feature of the calendar. These were MOBA Praise, MOBA Thanksgiving, and the MOBA Engagement Series. These have all been addressed, and I think Ebusuapanyin will add a bit more to it. One key aspect of the strategic plan and an aid to the smooth running of our association is the establishment of committees. Being a voluntary organization, it's important that members offer themselves up to assist with programs for our advancement. So far, we have volunteers working on our constitution. We have project committee, audit and communications. Legal, finance and the secretariat still need to be filled. Membership of these committees is not restricted to council members, and we would ask interested old boys to offer themselves up to serve on these committees. A calendar of our activities is available on page 1. Activities for 2017 is available on page 1 of the brochure, so I will not dwell on them. MOBA Secretariat. The Secretariat, which is meant to be the engine of MOBA and a focal point for old boys, the school, and the general public, is still undergoing development. Fortunately, during the year, we appointed an acting executive secretary in the person of Mr. James Morgan, 77, who is also the assistant secretary to council. James has brought some life and level of vibrancy to the secretariat, together with his assistant Yao Subri, MOBA 2007. Later on this afternoon, we expect a presentation from Mr. Atuvan S. MOBA 88, who will discuss MOBA 88 have offered to help with structuring the secretariat, so he'll give us a small presentation on that. Dues and funding. Gentlemen, as they say, an army runs on its stomach, and our association needs funds to operate effectively. In the long term, we expect our endowment fund to raise enough funds to run the association, and Ebusuapanyin will talk a lot more about this in his address. However, the lack of funds hampers the smooth running of our secretariat and our association in general. I stated earlier in my report of the poor recovery of dues. A lot of the funding for our activities is from the benevolence of individuals and some year groups. An annual general meeting will be held soon, at which audited financial statements will be prepared for approval by council, after which time our accounts will be made available to all old boys. It is hoped that old boys will then appreciate the need to pay their dues. In conclusion, I would ask that the good Lord continue to bless Mfantsipim School, MOBA, and Ghana. Thank you very much. I think I deserve a cold beer because I've been talking the whole time. I know somebody who's prepared to buy one for me, right? Before our Ebusuapanyin gives us the address, we shall sing our school hymn for all the saints. I don't know if Rousseau is around to help us. Sorry? All the 8 verses. Is too much? Why? Okay. Is there a musician around to? Where's James? We'll sing what? 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 4, and 8. We shall sing verses 1, 4, 8. I think we need to stand. For all the saints. What? 2. For all the saints who from their nations fled, who thee might thee for the world born. Thy name, O Jesus, be forever blessed. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Verse 4. Oh, bless from you your fellowship with Iblis struggle, they in glory shine. Yet all are one in thee, all are done. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. The last verse. From earth's wide bound, from ocean's farthest coast, through gates of the stream, in the countless singing to Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Please be seated. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, Ebusuapanyin, Captain Paul Forjoe.
Distinguished lady and gentlemen, my seniors, mates, my juniors, Mr. Forjoe, the headmaster of Mfantsipim, friends of Mfantsipim, members of the media. It is my pleasure and privilege to address you at this second conference under our new constitution as your Ebusuapanyin. The annual conference is for all boys to attend, be briefed on the affairs of MOBA, and to make meaningful contributions to the development of MOBA. Allow me to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for finding the time to be with us here today. It takes a lot of sacrifice to set aside time out of your busy schedules and come over for such a function. I do hope that the experiences of this day will be worth the sacrifice you have made. The general policy of MOBA can be summed as that all Mfantsipim boys may be one. We're working tirelessly towards having a working strategic plan. It's, as KB said, work in progress under the chairmanship of Mr. Kenneth Jomfia of MOBA 61. It is a bold attempt by the association to reposition itself to achieve the basic goals of a high-performing human resource base. It comes with a revised policy driven by a clear vision and also a concise mission statement from which emanate various objectives. The vision sees MOBA as the preeminent network for all Mfantsipim alumni and is to become a unique standard setting brand for all alumni associations in Ghana. The mission of MOBA is to promote the positive contribution of MOBA year and regional groups and other Mfantsipim old students through social, economic, cultural relationships to engender increased interest in the association for the realization of MOBA's objectives and by extension, Ghana's aspirations. I expect the plan to be approved by Council at its mid-year sitting and for copies of the plan to be made available to all old boys before our next annual conference. I'll touch on a few of the issues addressed by the strategic plan that we've been working on and to give a sense of where we are today and where we intend to go tomorrow. The first one has to do with the constitutional review. Over the past year, the MOBA Constitution has been undergoing a review to address identified omissions and to regularize and strengthen its operational base. Issues such as the Secretariat and its operations, the term of office of council members and the executive, MOBA elections, MOBA's endowment fund, to mention a few, have all been discussed and will all be incorporated in this reviewed constitution. The reviewed constitution is in this final stage and will be presented to council at the mid-year meeting and hopefully be adopted by the third quarter meeting. The endowment fund. We will definitely launch our much-awaited endowment fund this year. This will in the long run help MOBA diversify its income and significantly reduce its dependency on donors. Our launch target amount is 4 million cedis, or say $1 million. And we are pleased to advise that we are quietly confident we have already secured the first million. The chairman for last year's speech day, who is present here today, Mr. Roland Akosa. Roland, please stand. I think if that's the clap you are giving for him being chairman of the speech day, let me go to the second phase, because Roland has offered $100,000 for the endowment fund. The managing financial institution that we have identified have committed to a contribution of no less than 200,000 cedis. I expect the sponsoring year group for 2016 to collectively be contributing between 50 to 100,000 cedis. And as our able professor from the US said, MOBA USA have assured us that their fundraising efforts this year will be towards the endowment fund, as he also did indicate when he came up with his report. All sponsoring year groups, starting from last year, have to provide 10% of whatever they spend on their projects towards the endowment fund. We're expecting bulk contributions from various old boys, and we're expecting to create a system whereby old boys can contribute on a regular basis through standing orders, direct debits, or otherwise. Trustees of the fund will include the presiding bishop of the Methodist Church, the immediate past Ebusuapanyin, whoever is the present Ebusuapanyin, and other distinguished old boys. The trust deed has been completed and endorsed by the financial institution and will be presented to council at its next meeting for its adoption. The chairman for the fundraising committee of the endowment fund is Mr. Jabishemi Sarthor of MOBA 73, and I believe there are a couple of other old boys who are going to join the committee, because we're expecting to start a big drive towards raising funds and launch the endowment fund in September. Communications. A mobile communication committee was inaugurated, tasked with the mandate to promote the communication aspects of the association, to come up with improved communication means, to revise, to review the website, maintain it, and to produce a periodic magazine. I believe they're working hard. I've seen bits of what they've done, and I'm sure shortly we will advise you all, and you will get the full benefit of this, of their work. Mfantsipim. After a 9-month period where the school had no headmaster, Mr. Forjoe, who has spoken to us earlier, took over the mantle as the headmaster. As a vacuum, the executive leadership of any school is detrimental to the progress of the school. MOBA not only worked and coordinated with the Methodist Church to identify and recommend qualified old boys for the position, we also accepted the presiding bishop's appointment onto the school's interim management committee to steer the affairs of the school until a substantive headmaster was appointed to office. IMC meetings were weekly, and it identified and worked on pressing challenges in the school, including student and staff lapses in discipline, student overpopulation, and initiated the formation of a new strategic plan for Mfantsipim, which is currently being progressed by old boys at PricewaterhouseCoopers, led by Mr. Oseni Amwe of MOBA 77. The IMC determined that the student population of the school should be reduced from the previous 3,200 plus to between 1,800 and 2,000, and that this should be achieved over a 3-year period of limiting the annual student intake to 600 students each year for the next 3 years, starting from 2016. We got a blessing from the Ministry of Education and the GES And so this last year, the IMC supervised and managed the student intake, and I'm pleased to advise that the final intake was 620. We went above the 600 for a very simple reason. The West African Exams Council had withheld the results of some students because they were suspected to have done something wrong. Yeah, some practices. But by the time we had finished taking our 600, they found out that some students had done nothing wrong, had done very well, and had chosen Mfantsipim. So the presiding bishop, who is the chairman of the board of governors, asked us all to put our head together to see how best to be fair to these other students, and on that basis, we took an extra 20. So we're still working within our 1,800 to 2,000. It was a good learning experience to have worked on the interim management committee, and it confirmed the need to us for MOBA to be more actively involved with the school and its other stakeholders. This would help prevent the past experience whereby executives of the school did not accord MOBA its due recognition, and to make MOBA more relevant and influential in the affairs of Mfantsipim. The National Executive have resolved that MOBA will at all times be represented on the school's board of governors by the Ebusuapanyin and one other executive member. An induction service was held at the school on the 29th of January this year for the headmaster. It was a very well attended ceremony. He had a lot of the MOBA 77-year group present. Several past headmasters and assistant headmasters were also present. We trust that through him, the traditions of Mfantsipim will be maintained, and that the development of the school, both academically and morally, will be improved. And we as MOBA pledge to work with him for a lasting legacy, recognizing at all times that his success is our success. It is now our duty to work with the Methodist Church and the school to put in place a succession plan for future headmasters of Mfantsipim, to ensure that at all times we will have in place an old boy to uphold and promote our values and traditions. Projects. Last year we contributed a lot to Mfantsipim. Dr. Mafu has elaborated what the sponsoring year groups did in his two reports, for which we are all grateful and proud. MOBA 73 is putting up a 20-seat toilet at the dormitory side between Picket Parker and Balma Aqua to ease the sanitation challenges also, and this is near completion. We're hoping it will be completed this year. Individual regional groups have also contributed in their own way. MOBA Ontario let us know what they've done. Western Region previously was doing something, but now from their own report they are faltering. We will engage them and see what we can do to help them come up. There was talk about the Sprite basketball competition. Now this is one competition where old boys always contribute quite a lot. MOBA National old boys always contribute to the team to help them with their well-being. As stated, for the past 2 years we've always been second. I did comment to the headmaster, I haven't watched the last game, that Mfantsipim as a school ends up cheating itself, because the rules of the game are that you play in your school colors until the finals. At the finals, you play in a Sprite jersey. The Sprite jersey is green. Augustine's, who won last year, their colors are green. Opokuwai, who won this year, part of their colors are green. I was watching the match and I had to be asking which team is in Mfantsipim, you know? So I have suggested that, look, you know, there's the spirit in your jersey, in your colors. It moves you. Every year we get to the finals. We've won a lot of them. We are a major part of this competition. It's a very simple thing. There is no way Mfantsipim should compete again if in the finals we don't play in our colors. We will only compete when we compete in our colors. If the advertisers want to advertise, they can put the advertisement on our colors. But to tell us that we should go off our colors and wear a color that is alien and against our very spirit is totally unfair, and we will not entertain it. Dr. Manfo made a beautiful presentation about the water and sanitation project. It is unfortunate that we have so many year groups who haven't contributed. I mean, to have 20 year groups who haven't contributed and 10 who have only partly contributed is very unfortunate. Actually, once we became an executive, we decided that we would, quite apart from depending on the old boys, the year groups, we would spread our risks. We would take the position of a Makola woman who I met 30 years ago in a shop, in a card shop. And it was Valentine, which is coming on Tuesday. And 30 years ago, this really fat woman, she kind of waddled into the shop and said she wanted to buy 2 Valentine cards. And I thought, interesting. And her comment was, Mihumi Tamaha in Jolly Valentine card. So, which is, I also want to get my Jolly a Valentine card. So, she asked for 2 cards that were, obviously she was illiterate. So 2 cards were produced. She asked, is it really good? Does it send the right message? Said, yes, it does. So she put the cards down and then she said to write in the cards that it was from Lizzie. So in both cards, Lizzie was written and then was put in an envelope sealed, and she says, Man Jolly Egbe Peter. So Peter was written on the envelope. And then on the second one, we started to write Peter. She says, no more care Peter, now John. So obviously she's spreading her risk. I mean, let's forget about the moral part of it. But what we did was we decided to go out to seek for funds. And it's only fair that we acknowledge all the other people. Much as it's quite shameful that 20 groups haven't paid, I would like to acknowledge that quite apart from the year groups, we had the Mfantsipim PTA, for instance. We reached out to them. They gave us 20,000. The Bartels Foundation, who we didn't reach out to, but because of our own eminent old boys like Dr. Kutu, the Bartels Foundation came and gave us over 11,000 CDs. We had Dr. Kutu again, personally, in his own personal capacity, contributing. Dr. Manfo, in his own personal capacity, contributing. William Tavy, in his own personal capacity, contributing. And we then went out to Tolo Oil. And we said, look, you people are putting up a science lab. Where are you getting the water from? You need to work with us. They gave us over 100,000. So the close to 500,000 that we raised, because as we worked, we realized that more and more problems were coming up. We had said to council it will cost 350,000. We quickly realized it was going to cost about 500,000. But we had to go out and search for funds. So we spread it. When we were going to do the intake for last year, we knew old boys wanted the awards or friends or to be taken. We positioned ourselves with the school that we had an entitlement because we had been told so before at the ministry. So we positioned ourselves to protect the interests of our old boys. So we just came up with a very simple rule. If you could only bring somebody if it was coming from your president. Secondly, your year group had to be in good standing. Good standing meant you should have paid your dues. You should have paid, because the only levy that we have is the water and sanitation. You should have paid up on the water and sanitation. Now, thinking about it, only 16-year groups have paid their dues. Only 10 have fully paid their, what they call it, the water and sanitation levy fully. Granted that anybody above 50 years, year group, is exempt from these anyway. So with them, it's not an issue. But the sad thing is, a whole load of year group guys came, they promised they will pay, they said they just had to get together, there was a time limit. So we decided to be gracious. We decided, no problem, these are old boys, they've promised us, we will go ahead. Not even one of them came back and honored it. Next year, when we go through this process, there is not going to be any exemption. We're going to make sure that everybody would have paid his due. And as much as we believe that we should all be one, let us all help each other for the success of this association and how it moves forward. The truth of the matter is, we contribute a lot to Mfantsipim. No other second cycle alumni does as much as we do. It is our belief that whatever we do, and as was said by the various other alumni who came and gave fraternity messages, they all look up to us. They look up to us and expect us to show them the way. And we believe that it is our duty as the oldest second cycle institution, or second alumni of this oldest second cycle institution, to set standards, to do things, and always remain as the best alumni association. By doing so, we contribute at the end of the day to education in Ghana, because they will all try to emulate us, and by emulating us, they all contribute to the national pot. So I believe that our mission is sound, it's good, and should be progressed. We will be completing the infirmary that was started initially by MOBA 84, continued both by both the 2014 and 2015 sponsoring year groups. And as Dr. Manfred said, the water and sanitation project will complete, the first phase will end in February 17. It's interesting to point out that even though we're calling it a first phase, it is even more than what we were mandated to do for starters. It's only that we have recognized that there is more to be done. Fortunately for us, because we have now set up a projects committee, MOBA Council took a decision that no projects could be done by any year group for the school unless it had been approved by council. Projects committee has been set up to kind of vet all projects as they come up, so that we don't have any year group getting up and deciding to do as they please. The projects committee then looks and recommends effectively to council that go ahead with these, or sets the guidelines as to what is possible and what is available to be done. It is encouraging that you have people for the 2018, 2019 already asking for what projects they could possibly do. What is guiding us is pretty simple, or what is guiding the projects committee is pretty simple. The decision is that we have so many projects which are uncompleted. The infirmary is not completed. We expect it to be completed this year. But there's no point having an infirmary which is not functional. So you need to have beds, you need to have all the various other things to make it functional. The library was started by old boys. It was completed by the GET Fund. It's a shell. It's just sitting there. It's a building sitting there. It has to operate as a library. So we need to get funds for it. The sponsoring year group for is just like the senior science lab. It's when we went there for the commissioning, it was just a shell. They need equipment in there. So these are all projects that we've identified. There is really no point, unless there's a pressing need to go and start another project, when we have projects that we've put up and are non-functional, and we are one anyway. So that is what the drive is. I know the 87-year group are pushing very hard to do their solar project. I believe there's a compromise between them and the projects committee. So I believe it will work out okay. The innovations, as KB in his report said, MOBA praise, the engagement series, and there's a new innovation that will take place this year. That's Ebusuapanyin's lunch. Now, the essence of the Ebusuapanyin's lunch is to raise money for MOBA, and it's money that will be raised, and all that money will be put into the endowment fund. It will take place in August. The idea is to find a prominent speaker. If you get a prominent speaker, corporate bodies will pay for tables to go for the lunch. We've contacted His Excellency Kofi Annan, who has agreed that he will do it. We gave him the concept paper, and he sent us a letter saying that he will honor it and help us raise the funds this year. Our target is to raise something like $200,000 before costs. It's targeted at corporate bodies, but all boys can come in, and all boys will not pay as much as the corporate bodies. We're happy to give it to all boys at cost plus some administrative fee. So whatever the lunch is going to cost, with whatever what they call it, administrative fee, we'll give it to all boys to encourage good participation. We've already gotten various companies who've committed that. So in fact, the words were, if you get Kofi Annan, we will be there. You know, we have gotten Kofi Annan. Now we expect them to be there. Okay. There's another thing that's come up, which I personally find very interesting, that sponsoring your groups are supposed to be those who left decade years. Now we're seeing more and more people wanting to celebrate the decades of when they went to Form 1. 71 this year celebrated 50 years by putting up the Unsung Heroes Monument. That was an excellent ceremony. It's a ceremony which is supposed to honor living and others, old boys or people who've done things for Kwaboche, to honor them. And it was a really nice ceremony. It's something that will happen every year at Founders Day as part of the Founders Day ceremony. 81 celebrated their 40 years since they entered Kwaboche by having church services, reproducing the cloth that we have outside, the centenary cloth, and they went a stage further and provided furniture for their juniors. The 86-year group furnished the apartment totally and enhanced what the final presentation was. I thought that was a really, really excellent effort on their part. 91 did theirs by what they call it, giving Mr. Dontry a vehicle. It was presented at Thanksgiving service and it was really nice. But that is how they celebrated theirs. It's something MOBA National has no objection to any of these things. For all that any year group wants to do, all I ask, or all MOBA asks for, is let us collaborate in what we do, because together we're much stronger than when we try to do things divided. Finally, MOBA once again won the Accra Ray Church competition. They have this competition where old students of various schools compete as to who will give the most money to the church. MOBA won last year, MOBA won again this year. The main architects of this, people think because I'm Ebusuapanyin and I go to Ray Church, it's because of me. It's not me. It's Nana Butler and Mr. Taki who push all old boys over there and get us all to contribute. And Wesley girls at Chimota, they always get so upset because they always think they're going to do better than we do. But we always show them that apart from our brains, we know how to get more cash to the church than they can, you know. My final duty is actually to do as per the Constitution, to remind you that this conference is also supposed to raise funds. So we will ask all of you to please let us live by. I hope people haven't really read the Constitution well, those who worry about things like that, so that they don't come for this because it's supposed to raise funds. But quite apart from that, I remember before I became Ebusuapanyin, every time we had council meetings, we used to collect money. After the council meeting, we'd collect money. So when I became Ebusuapanyin, my first position was, I think it's unfair because council members are taking their time off and then they have to give money for this thing. It is wrong. We stopped that. When we were going for the Thanksgiving service, my people said, let's sell the magazines, right? We have to raise money from it. I said, come on, you don't really need to sell these magazines. We'll make enough money otherwise. And they looked at me and said, you are not a good Methodist. As for Methodists, every time there's a meeting, you have to collect money. So I have come to accept that. To be a good Methodist, we always have to collect money. So what we're going to do is we're going to sort of pass the hat round. We will take money, we'll take pledges, we'll take whatever. I would like to note, however, that last year a lot of pledges were made. The people didn't pay. But I have been told about a gentleman who collects money for MOBA 81. And I hear he's very good. I hear he uses all sorts of techniques, including sending young girls and all sorts of means to make sure that you pay. So know that that is our secret weapon. So I've spoken to him and he's promised me that don't worry, you get the pledges. I'll make sure you get the money. So we're going to send out the pledge forms. If you have money, please give. I will ask all of you to please give no less than 100 cedis at least. And we're going to once again do it as we did last year. We're going to do it as a competition into houses. You know, last year Saba Pico won. Saba Pico won. Well, the biggest contributor gave 10,000. No, he actually paid. He one individual from Saba Pico gave 10,000 and he actually did pay. So Saba Pico won. If I'm not wrong, when we went for the Thanksgiving, Saba Pico won again. Oh, it was Fima that won. Okay. So we will do that. The secretary will conduct that exercise, and I believe I'm at the end of my speech. Whose phone is this? Yeah, as soon as I saw it, there are a couple of things I was going to say I didn't say. That is why I'm asking whose it is. Is yours? Okay, you've denied me telling my people a couple of things. These are things I guess I will say at council. I don't even know how it goes. Actually, oh, okay. You should sign a bond that you won't record. Actually, before I came to speak, I was looking around and I could see old boys yawning and so on and so forth. And it reminded me of a conference I went to in The Hague. And I was sleeping. I mean, the professor after professor was saying, and it was really, really boring. But I remember what woke me up, and I was going to try that on you all. You know, so I'll just tell you about it. This professor walked up to the stage. I remember seeing him getting there. And then he just stood there, looked at all of us, and says, it was a conference on innovations in aviation, the future. And he came and stood there and he says, I'm not going to be talking to you people about anything about innovations, about the future and so on. Look at how sleepy all of you are. Trust me, I'm here to talk about sex.
Everybody sat up. and then he proceeded to talk about innovations in aviation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Please sit. We'll keep Ebusuapanyin standing for a bit because we're going to have a special awards ceremony. As a council, over the past year, certain year groups have contributed, shown commitment to MOBA, have contributed in various ways, financially and in their effort, and we want to acknowledge those particular year groups today. So Ebusuapanyin will do that, and we'll read a citation. Now those year groups are MOBA 69, known as the Blighters, who have contributed in various ways to MOBA, and MOBA 81. I don't know if you have a nickname, but I think when you came to Form 1, I was in something like that. All right. We'll ask the seniors, the Blighters, if they are here to come and receive their award. There is a citation.
So, okay. Did you ask them all to come? Okay. This is a MOBA certificate of appreciation. This is to commend the MOBA class of 1969, the Blighters, for the outstanding and unwavering support you have consistently shown for the cause of Mfantsipim and MOBA. The Mfantsipim Boys Association, MOBA, acknowledges your continued and unique efforts. We honor your dedication and selflessness to the ideals of Kwaboche. Thank you, and God bless you all. Oh, you want to see it? You want to we'll take a picture with all of you. Okay, so why don't you come back?
The minder and the book and the gas.
Oh, is that your profile?
This was where's my income? This was too short.
Oh, no, no, it's okay. MOBA 81, please.
But you can't.
This is the MOBA certificate of appreciation. This is to commend the MOBA class of 1981, the Centenary Greenhorns,
for the outstanding and unwavering support you have consistently shown for the cause of Mfantsipim and MOBA. The Mfantsipim Boys Association, MOBA, acknowledges your continued and unique efforts. We honor your dedication and selflessness to the ideals of KAIPTC. Thank you, and God bless you all. Are you getting everybody? Okay.
I'll show you.
Well, thank you. We're running a bit late, but we're getting there. We'll get there soon. I think they're open for. We shall now carry the roll call. The roll call. Yes, you'll be right in. Yeah. I think I don't know how far back we should start. Do we start from 1950? Nobody. 51. 52. 53. 54. Dr. Akutu, 54. Oh, sorry. I thought you were getting up. Keep making it. 55. I'm sorry. Keep making that mistake. Thank you very much, Doc. 56. Dr. Pierre and Mr. Baden. Is it? Thank you. 57. 58. I'm sorry, your name, please. Forgive me. Professor Dakwa, thank you. 50. Where am I? 58. 59. You know them, Mr. Clark and Mr. Yassi. MOBA 60. Mr. Tay. 61. Okay. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. The Blighters. Thank you. 70. 71. 72. Lone Ranger. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 2000. 2001. 2002. 2003. 2004. 2005. 2006. 2007 will be inducted this year. Do I need to recognize beyond that, or only? Is there anybody beyond 2007? Yeah. Please, let's have your year group, please. You are on a fact-finding mission. You are welcome. Right. We shall now, I mean, the fundraiser, Ebusuapanyin has said it all. What we're going to do is we're going to pass round some baskets with some pretty ladies. The baskets are in the color of your house. I hope the green, Femina green, Baka Schweizer yellow, Bamakwa blue, Priapaka white, Sapiko red. I don't know what battles these. Brown. Are they part of the school? Battles need brown. I saw Mono money. What is it? Abroka money is not included. So please, you can put cash in or put a pledge form in, and we will tally and let you know which house has won both cash, pledge, and total. So perhaps whilst that is going on, is there anything we can do? Can we go into the open forum session whilst that is going on? Or it will disturb it? Okay, gentlemen, I think to save time, whilst that is happening, we shall go into the open forum session. Unfortunately, our friends from 88, I mean, if they don't come in time, we can't wait for them. We'll close the proceedings. So, ladies, I don't know, you just pass it along, and you drop your pledge form in your house color. Drop your pledge form in your... Oh, they haven't brought the forms yet. All right. Okay. Then we will hold that until the pledge forms have gone round. This can happen whilst we are. So we'll go into the open forum session. There's the cordless microphones. The microphones. Yeah, house color. Oh, the house color.
Try to.
Red, white, yellow. But else is brown.
Try to.
Yeah, so you put in your house color. Mr. Headmaster 007, I'm sure most of the questions will come into you, so get ready. No, I think you can answer from where you are, because you don't know where. James, you could have given yours to him. So, gentlemen, this is the open forum session. We have, it's about 10 to 2 or something like that. So let's see what we can do in 15 or 20 minutes. They have cordless microphones which they will pass around to you. So over to you. If you have any questions, comments, contributions to make. Please. See a pencil. The pledge forms have to go out first.
Ebusuapanyin, thank you very much. I have 2 questions or suggestions. The first one is about the headmaster said the houses are some are in disrepair. They need some shape up. Can we go to your house and paint it? I was in Bamako. We organize, we take money, go and repair your house so that we'll be proud of it. So I think we should look at it and then see if we can organize the real condition of these houses based on the houses. Then the other one is a bit the spelling of Junshekan. The HWE, is it correct? Because when we're thinking Junshekan, the letter A is there. So technologically, I don't even have a problem. So I think in future, otherwise people will think as Junshi. It should be Junshe. We should correct that.
All right. Mr. Ebusuapanyin.
Gentlemen, I think we're. Hello. Please, we're trying to concentrate on this, so if you don't mind, the talking is a bit too much, so that we can get this as per the. I mean, You don't have to talk when you are paying money. Just pay. Egbert.
Yeah, so my contribution is about the endowment fund, and then the proposed measure to levy the sponsoring year groups annually. Looking at the example for the water and sanitation, if year groups, if we want to take this endowment fund thing quickly and grow the seed money, I rather suggest that instead of levying the sponsoring year groups who are already burdened by the effort in their funding year, can we continue levying all year groups like we just did for the water and sanitation? In as much as we still have some 20 or so year groups who haven't done anything at all. The 11 groups that have paid the 15,000, including 86. If we go ahead with this arrangement of getting every year group to pay a fixed amount, let's say 5,000 yearly for the next 5 years, I think that will grow the fund faster than depending on the sponsoring year groups to be the major funders for any particular year. What may happen is it means year groups may end up taking on smaller tasks, noting very well that if they're going for a 300,000 CD project, they are going to pay 30,000. If they're going for 100,000, they'll pay 10,000. But knowing that we have a target for the whole MOBA, in 5 years, we want to raise 1 million CDs, 2 million CDs, and this is how it's going to be done. I think that that will get us better results than the relying on the 4 or so groups every year as sponsoring year groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Egbert.
Hello. This is
please.
My name is Ebenezer. This is a suggestion I want to make to the Old Boys Association and then to the school authorities of Mfantsipim. Due to the fact that this, and it's in connection with the preparations for subsequent national science and math quizzes. Due to the fact that students have to prepare alongside the nature of the quiz is quite a bit different from the WASI that they write. Therefore, I want to suggest to the authorities and to the old boys that probably during Form 1, when the students come to Form 1, a number of the students should be selected, probably about 20. And then those who want to volunteer to stay over, probably just during the holidays, they should stay at Cape Coast, or they will stay in Accra at the venue at Accra, and then they take them through the past quizzes, the videos they have, the past sessions, they take them through it, and then some other possible questions that will help them to prepare effectively for the exam, so that from Form 1, we start training some people who could represent the school in their final year when the quizzes are due. So that this will reduce the strain that the students have to put on themselves to study for the quiz and alongside study for the WASI. I believe this will help. So this is a suggestion I'm making.
Yeah, please, can we have your name and
Ebenezer Bedinemi, sir.
And your year group?
97.
87.
97.
97. What's that?
Thank you. Eric. I'm Mfantsipim. I'm 83.
Please, just 1 second.
Okay.
Please hold on a second. Go ahead, please.
Yes. I've heard various speeches, but I didn't hear anything about Mfantsipim Foundation, because I remember in 2013, my year group gave the school a check for an amount of 40,000, and now we are being asked to pay 15,000. Some of my members, they think that we ought to know what that 40,000 has been used for. We are going to pay the 15, but I am the one who is supposed to go around and ensure that we get the money. So I don't know if you have any plans to render accounts to us so that we know exactly what has happened to what we've paid to the school already. Thank you.
They will answer the first few questions, then we go on to the next set, please.
I think I'll answer from back to front and very quickly. I believe the question about the foundation is from 83. Is it 1983? 83, yeah. There's a bit of a conflict as to the exact amount you gave them, number one. Number two, we have repeatedly said to you at council that give us the facts. We hear you stand and speak. We hear your rep at council stand and speak. Quite apart from, because we've engaged the foundation about it, and the foundation took a position that the money that you paid to them, because remember something, the money was not paid to MOBA, the money was paid to the foundation. But we are asking the foundation to account for it. The foundation's position is that whatever money, the money that you gave, you used it yourself. You see, it's difficult for us to be in the middle when there's this discourse taking place. So what we want you to do is give us the facts. You see, we always see you stand up and talk, but we've repeatedly requested that put it down on paper. Give us the facts. Let us be armed with those facts because we're not part of that transaction. And we will do that. But we also firmly believe that it has nothing to do with the water and sanitation levy. That they're two separate things. We assure you, we will fight for this thing. We're happy to even bring you for a meeting for which we will mediate with the foundation. We don't have a problem doing that. To make you let everybody be clear as to what happened with your money. Okay, so that is that. The second one has to do with the quizzes. The gentleman who asked about the quizzes, you are not a teacher in the school, right? Have you asked the school the procedure they use? Because I know they have a pretty elaborate procedure that they use. They don't just wait until when the quiz is going to take place. Because even when they come for the competition here, they even come with people who are not part of the quiz. I believe it's only 2 students who sit for the thing, but they come with a team of 20. They've got a whole load of students who they work with, and they've got students, and they even bring in students who have left the school, who were part of the team, and our university. They pull them back in. So they have before this, and they have a pretty elaborate program. So it's not as if they don't know what they're doing. They have a pretty strong program. That is how come Mfantsipim has been in the finals all these years. And I remember even engaging them, and they were saying that all the other schools have various methods they use. So I would suggest you speak to the teachers are here. I suggest you engage them. Mr. Hope, who is in charge, is here. He's in the Patakari, the red and black Patakari over there. Fifi, stand, let him see you. So you can have a discussion with them and okay. You see, that's why MOBA Central Region, for instance, gave them presented to them a projector, right, and so on. MOBA Western sponsored them. They have a dinner dance to raise funds because we all know that they incur extra costs. MOBA National sends to them when they come to make sure that they are being aided. Various old boys contribute. It isn't just because we're throwing money at them or anything, no, but because they go through a process. The kids are kept in school, and so on and so forth. There's a very detailed process they go through. Okay, right. Then yeah, okay, but please speak to Mr. Hope. I mean, he will give you the exact thing. I am aware they go through quite a lot. Then with the endowment, what Egbert raised. But where is Egbert? Egbert's go. Okay. I'm a bit surprised Egbert asked the question because Egbert is one of the people I would like to believe understands why the sponsoring year groups do this thing, what they call it, are being levied the 10%. The simple fact is, as to whether every year group is going to be levied when we're starting, council will have to take that decision. Most likely, it's something that council is going to say every year group should pay something. Because the argument was made that lots of times when we all meet as year groups, we just sit and drink, we spend money. My year group, I think, if I'm not wrong, my mates are here, we spend on average 500 to 600 CDs whenever we sit once a month. That we could take part of that money. If we levied everybody, we could come up with something, you know. And we are in the retiree bracket with our seniors. But I'm sure if we were levied, we would pay. But the reasoning behind why sponsoring year groups are being levied is very simple. We all know that all of us, our constituencies are year groups. We also know that the only time we collectively come together to contribute money for a cause from Mfantsipim is when we are a sponsoring year group. That is when we contribute the most. That is when we put money together the most. And invariably, sponsoring year groups end up doing projects. They do projects, and it's only fair that if you've done a project, if you want to have the glory of having done a project, then you must contribute towards maintaining the project. You don't just build a project and say, I've given it to you, case closed. We all know that Mfantsipim is a government-assisted school. They don't have funds for maintenance of things. So if we decide that we want to build things for them, then as of right, the things we build, we must seek to maintain them. Otherwise, there's no point building them. So the idea is, make a contribution towards the maintenance of what you are building. That is why it is tied to your project. So when you make that contribution, the idea is it goes to the endowment fund and helps grow the endowment fund, which will never reduce. So when the endowment fund is funding your project, for which you take glory for, it is only fair. Why do we levy everybody when they haven't put up? Why do we levy everybody to maintain your project? No, that wouldn't be fair. And that's what I'm saying. Egbert knows the reasoning behind it because it has been discussed several times when he has been present. I don't know if anybody has any other thing on that particular one. But let me finish the other two very, very quickly because they're straightforward. With the houses in disrepair, I think it's an excellent suggestion. I think we'll work on coming up with something to see how we can get old boys to possibly contribute towards maintaining their individual houses. And the drain can, I think you're right, but we'll find out and then make sure we do the right thing. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please name.
Yes, in the keynote address by we're told that Mfantsipim belongs to the Methodist Church. I've been wondering, did we ever reach out to them for support? Or it's just by saying Mfantsipim belongs to Methodist? They are always collecting, as Ebusuapanyin said. They're always collecting, but are they giving? That's my question.
Thank you. There's some. Kwesi, afterwards there's someone at the back.
Thank you very much.
Sorry?
Over 2006.
2006.
I have a suggestion concerning the waste management issue at the school. I heard that there's a need for bins. My suggestion is that there can be a waste segregation system put in place. That is, the waste will be separated. You have glass, can, paper, and then the rest. When this happens, there are two advantages. One, the waste is reduced in a way, it's better managed. And then there's also a way of contracting recyclers so that they can just come and then pick the various material instead of picking everything and going to dump it. If you just dump everything, you rather incur cost. But you contract these recyclers and those other people, and then you rather get profit from the waste that would be. Thank you.
Thank you. There's someone at the back.
Mr. Payne, my name is Jamal Ampuma. MOBA 87. Just, I wanted to comment on the point you made around the sponsoring year group also contributing. We have a practical challenge, and I'm sure most of you here are aware that for the year groups, you tend to have very few people within the year group who would ultimately contribute towards the project. The challenge we have is that we have some of our colleagues in, out of Ghana, and we are going to them and asking them to contribute, and we are giving a fixed amount. Now, the challenge we have is that we are being asked to give a percentage of whatever we raise, back to MOBA National. Now, I think it's just the practicality of it all, because when someone wants to contribute, they want to be clear about what they are contributing towards. So if we are contributing towards a solar project, and we give that amount, that is what they are focusing on. If we need to then be contributing towards other programs throughout the year, then I'll plead that you give us a letter, or you state that clearly, and then we can share it with our colleagues, so that it doesn't appear that the executives are trying to, take money off them. So I think it's really important, if we are going down this route, if you can give us detailed information to share with our colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe we'll take one more and then we start to answer. Maybe that's the last one. Okay. Sorry, Dr. Kuchus.
I just want to take this opportunity, in case we miss the chance, to inform fellow MOBA here of the great work that the National Executive Committee is doing on behalf of all of us. Very often we don't appreciate enough just how much work goes into organizing the things that they do. And I would like on this occasion that we all stand up and give them a round of applause for what they do for us.
Thank you very much, Doc. Was there being Mr. Nketia? You start with Mr. Nketia.
Yeah. Is that the Methodist Church?
Yes, the Methodist Church.
Okay. The first meeting I had with the presiding bishop commented, because he has done a new presiding bishop. He commented that he was very surprised when he looked at the Methodist Church's budget, and there was no provision of money for any educational thing. The Methodist Church owns Mfantsipim. That is true. They own Mfantsipim, but government runs Mfantsipim, and the government and the Methodist Church don't. They have influence, a lot of influence, but they don't provide money for the running of Mfantsipim, no, or for any other of their institutions, apart from maybe the university that they started not too long ago while appealing for funds. Then with the waste management thing, I think it's a good suggestion, but I suggest you contact the school authorities and elaborate, and maybe you can help them execute what you're saying. I mean, make them aware of it and go ahead with it. Okay. The 87-year group, the issue about, I believe what you are trying to say isn't the contribution to the endowment fund, if I'm not wrong. You're raising the issue about joining in with the other members of the sponsoring year group to finish what has been identified by the projects committee. Is that what it is? That's right. Is it the endowment fund thing? Oh, that's right. But but you understand the concept because, for instance, you want to do a solar thing. Haven't done it, who will maintain it? You see, the thing is just, for instance, Dr. Amanfo praised the 79-year group for providing 30,000. But the reason they provided the 30,000 was they built that toilet, right? They built the toilet, and the toilet had become non-functional. It was having backflow, so it was closed. So all the money they had pumped into it had become useless. What MOBA National effectively did, because the cost of the whole thing at first was put at 59,000. At 59,000, they said, okay, then because we should really have fixed it, we will pay what they call it, 30,000, and then MOBA National should pay the rest. So that is what happened, you know. So you managed to collect money now and put up the solar panels or put up whatever. When anything goes wrong, the headmaster will never call the president of the year group. He will always call the Ebusuapanyin and say, we have a problem with this thing you people came to do, because we represent all of you. So the simple thing, we'll give you the document, but it's pretty logical, you know, that if you put up something, you must think of how it will be maintained, you know. So we'll give you the document. I hope that answers that question.
But
and finally,
Segbefia,
Dr. Akutu, thank you so much for the acknowledgement. Thank you.
Did you answer Segbefia, or it was a comment about waste management?
No, it's been answered, yeah.
Answered, sorry. All right. Last one, it seems. Last two.
Yeah, my name is Samuel Smith.
Sorry,
86.
sorry. 1 second, please. You want to comment quickly on?
That is what we're talking about. That's exactly what we're talking about. We'll put it in the endowment fund, and the endowment fund handles all that.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Please announce yourself and your year group.
My name is Samuel Smith. Over 86. The last two, there was this acknowledgement by our senior of what MOBA National does. And there was also an appeal from another one of our brothers about getting some communication from MOBA National to convince contributors. It points something to me. It points to me that what it points to me is that we are not getting our communication strategy right. And these days we have all kinds of developments in communication, social media, websites. I think we should take advantage of that to get all the communication, all the information out there, so that most of the questions that we are asking today, the answers that you have given may not be available to those of our brothers who would not attend this program. But if we have good social media presence, and I know I'm not an expert in that field, but I know the younger ones dabble in it a lot. I'm sure if you go down my year group, further down, maybe 10 years after, you'll get a lot of resource in developing the social media presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last one, Raf. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice you, sir.
Thank you for the recognition. I just want to make two comments. One on the first one is on the relationship between Mfantsipim and the Methodist Church. It's true, the church owns Mfantsipim. The reason the church cannot or does not make provision for the people Mfantsipim is practical, in the sense that the church itself does not generate any income. The income of the church comes from the membership of the church.
and the membership of the church is not from Mfantsipim. So if the church were to provide for Mfantsipim, other people would also argue, why not Wesley College, why not Prempeh, why not Ahmadiyya or whatever, because they are part of the church. But I think the other side of it is the privileges that people in the church would want to make of the school. And I think that our presence on the council, you should make sure that such privileges are not given for free. Because ministers and others who have some leadership position in the church, if you don't want their quote or children for Mfantsipim, they will put that I'm minister of this, I'm lay chairman, I'm this of that. So in the meantime, the church is not making any contribution. So I think that when it comes to that, we should insist that whatever the obligations that you expect from other people, from other churches, you apply to them. You shouldn't give them any special privilege if there's no special contribution from them to the school. The second point I want to make has to do with sponsoring year groups and projects. I do recall that about 2015, during our time, I know that two of our sponsoring year groups had not actually decided on projects that we were going to sponsor. But because of decision of council, that all sponsoring year groups should pull resources together towards one project, I had to prevail on the president of those year groups that we should come together. And they agreed. Last year when we met here, the 66 or the 6 year groups made a presentation. And I think subsequently I raised an issue that this is a decision that council has taken. Why are we making an exception? Why are we accepting these? And I asked the question, even though these projects are very useful, is there a guarantee that it can also make a contribution towards completing the infirmary? And I think the response I got from you was that yes, we had enough resources or we will be able to do that last year. Now we come 2017 and in your address, you did make the point that indeed it's not completed and that you would expect some sponsoring year groups either this year or whatever to be able to complete. So the question I ask myself is, if council has taken that decision and now we have a projects committee and you say they are having a conversation with them to decide whether we can have a middle ground. I mean, if that decision of council will not hold, then let's withdraw it and let sponsoring year groups do their own thing as before. But I think that the decision that council took was the right one, and I think we should insist that all year groups, you should identify a project or two for the school, and all sponsoring year groups should contribute towards those projects and not any additional. If they are additional, it should be additional to the contributions or the projects that we have identified. And if they can do that and do other things, fair enough. But I don't think that we should give in to doing other things when there are uncompleted projects that are also very crucial to the school. Thank you.
Raphael.
Yeah, my name is Raphael Agbenaza. MOBA 83. I'm seeing in the program that the speech day will be held at the quadrangle. If I heard Ebusuapanyin well, it says the student population is now about 3,200, 2007, and in our time, I think we were even less than that. I think the quadrangle with the visitors could not even contain us. And I'm suggesting that subsequent speech days, we should look at the school field if we can do it to an appreciable standard, so that we can hold the speech day at the field rather, so that all the school children, especially the students in the school, participate in the speech day. Is mandatory. I don't think that is voluntary, that they can either decide to participate in the speech day or not. It's mandatory, and that they should all, because the last time we saw some of them walking somewhere and we had to carry them to make sure they participate in the speech day. Thank you.
Thank you, Raphael.
The first one had to do with communications. Actually, the way the system is supposed to work is every year group is supposed to have council members. You remember the secretary in his address spoke about the need for council members to act as a conduit both ways, take information from their members to council, from council to their members. That is one. Number two is I also spoke about the communications thing, that we had set up a communications committee, and that we're developing various things like the website and so on to improve communication between us and the membership. It's a process, and the communication gurus are supposed to be advising on how best to go about it to make sure that we have a better communication system between us and our members. So it's being worked on. I hope that answers. Thank you. Then I believe Dr. Chumba's thing, I don't think there is any difference between what Dr. Chumba is saying and what we're doing. The issue is the council came up with a decision, various decisions. One was all projects will be approved by council. Number two was, in as much as possible, if sponsoring year groups came together to do things, it was preferable. The infirmary issue, the sponsoring year group building it, was building an infirmary. And just as with the library and so on, or the science lab, all it was doing was building a shell without what is in it. We still are holding funds from the sponsoring year groups for the project. We still have that in our bank account. From our estimates, we didn't need new sponsoring year groups to come and join in. Those funds could be used for something else. So the idea was the infirmary was taken off for last year. For this year, the infirmary has come back again, not for the shell, but for what is going to be inside the infirmary, just as what is going to be inside the science lab, what is going to be inside the library. The school has requested of us staff accommodation and so on. So there is no variation. We are still living by that edict. So it's just managing the situation. That's what we're doing. But we haven't deviated. What was decided is what we're going by. And Ralph, with the speech day on the school field, the structural problems. The school field has a major problem. The stands are not safe. There's quite a bit of work has to be done on it. Unless one is going to have the speech day just on the field, right, which would be something that might have to be considered. I have also suggested before that I thought we should find, let's say, a field and have it there, as many American universities tend to do. And with that, you should have everybody there for the function. But I believe it's a good suggestion. The principle is good. It's sound. Everybody must be present there. The quadrangle is just a makeshift thing. It's not practical, and most of the students are not there anyway. It's only those who are either taking prizes or have functions to perform there who make sure that they're there. So I think it's a fair comment, but there's that challenge of the stands that has to be addressed. Yeah, Katie.
Well, thank you very much. We aim to close in about 15 minutes. Atu Vaness of 88 is here. I'm giving him 5 minutes to give his presentation on the Secretariat.
Ebusuapanyin, executives, fellow member, I have only 5 minutes, so forgive me if I rush through what I'm going to say. But I'm very grateful that our senior gave the executives a standing ovation, and I believe they've done a lot. I've had opportunity to be in meetings with them to understand what they are trying to do, and it will amaze you that all the suggestions, all the good suggestions that you come up are on their table. And so I went there, had a discussion with them, and they were asking me, but we have all these plans. I said, yes, I'm not bringing anything new. And today I'm not speaking here to add anything to what they have or what you have done. But the question is that we've talked about what ought to be done. And I'm here asking just 2 questions. How are we going to do it? Who is going to do it? And the standing ovation was very appropriate because these are not full-time workers. They are doing it on part-time basis. And for any reason, if their businesses fail, they cannot even do this job because they would have to use monies from their pockets to do what they are doing. I was also in and I believe in Teshie, and we ought to look forward, think and look ahead. But how do we go on with all these plans? Mfantsipim School is owned by the Methodist Church of Ghana, run by the government of Ghana, and probably supported by MOBA. What is our role? How do we make ourselves relevant? And it's very interesting if you see the picture that we are trying to build a house. As we are struggling to put the foundation, 1 year group will pop up and say, okay, I'll provide the chairs for the building. When we have not even finished the foundation. Another year group gets up, I'm going to do science lab. And per how much they are able to mobilize, they do put something there and they leave. We are not even going into the maintenance of those projects. Even the building, we have the library, it's been there forever. We have the infirmary. And all due respect to those year groups who even initiated it in the first place. But the point is that how do we have all those facilities sitting there? Then another year group, my year group, is talking about science lab. What happens to the old one, the new one that Carlo has innovated? We don't have equipment in. What happened to the library? What happened to the infirmary? The senior field that we want to use for speech day. What happened to it? What happens to even our houses? I hear 1 year group is going to paint the whole school. My question is, are you going to paint on those cracks? Who is catering for their houses? And I believe that we have all these ideas. But there's one missing link. The secretariat. And I'm here talking about the secretariat. The point is that we profess to go to do something for the school. But what we have forgotten is that we have not done anything for ourselves. And until we do something for ourselves and improve our capacity to be able to help, we cannot help. We always rush there and attempt to do something. Probably we need to sit back and put our house in order and put up that secretariat. And until we get that secretariat, it will be very difficult to coordinate activities in the school. And we are looking at a professional secretariat. We are looking at something MOBA. We are talking about Mfantsipim School. If we are talking about national conference for Mfantsipim, this room is too small. And I'm looking at a very big, huge hall where all the MOBA guys are there. Where we feel proud. Where we want to belong. Probably it will even be in our building. Our own building. Why can't we build or put up our own building? Why can't we employ a chief executive officer? Resource the secretariat so that they can work for us as full-time workers. Why can't we do that? MOBA. Why can't we get our website? Now, the system is very loose. So, whether you pay or not, as soon as your year group pays, you have paid. Nobody is taking responsibility, and that's why the year groups are having problems. How do we contribute into that pot? How do we make sure that we have enough funds to be able to run our activities, to coordinate activities, so that we can go and help the school? The school is having serious problems, and we are all aware. But I believe we need to take one step back, put our house in order, and move on. And let me give you this interesting information. We don't have a place of our own. We are perching at the Methodist Secretariat. And we have 3 people. 3 people serving all these numbers of people. It's amazing. 3 people. How many of us have even asked how they are paid? How do they serve us? How do they work for us? How do they coordinate activities? Mind you, the year groups, the executives of the year groups are also working on part-time basis. So they can at best do something. Now, when you go to the secretariat, MOBA, I'm telling you, we don't have a computer. We are in 2017. But we have a printer, thank God. And these staff would have to use their own laptops to do work for us. I'm telling you, if we decide, we may not even go past this week. We can't even get computers and stuff like that at the secretariat. You know, the sad thing is that those 2 rooms, now it used to be 1, now we are lucky we have 2. They don't even have a toilet facility. And so the executive secretary have to go to the Methodist side to ease himself. It's a shame. I don't want this issue to go out of this door, because the Daddy School boys will be happy, though they don't have anything. But I tell you, what we are trying to do, all those of us sitting here probably have not really thought about the purpose of MOBA. And the purpose is not just for us to fraternize. It's not just for us to sit down and boost. But we are contributing to the economic development of Ghana. And that contribution is through the development of second cycle institution. Your contribution, your CD, is going to improve the quality of education. And not just quality education, but quality secondary education in Ghana. And if secondary education is anything to go by, then you are doing a very honorable thing for Mother Ghana. And the good thing is that as soon as MOBA decides to advertise in the newspapers that we want a high caliber CEO, and we list all the people that we need in that secretariat, I'm sure Wesley Girls will follow. I'm sure Adi School will follow. Achimota will follow. And should we all have that corporate thing, the corporate understanding where every member is paying directly? We are mobilizing all the funds. You go to the website and you have information. Everybody has a unique number. I believe that we are going to get there. We have set the pace, and I believe that at the appropriate time we'll all meet. Think about the secretariat, think about ourselves, think about resourcing the secretariat, then everything will be in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, too. Maybe if you had come earlier, you would have conducted the fundraising effort for us. Please, there's somebody's left his notebook. Yeah, nobody. Right. So we've, I hear the food has been waiting for us for some time. I hope it's still hot. We've come to the end of our conference. The only announcement that I have is that from here we're moving to the cafeteria to have lunch. And then I have the results of the fundraising. In terms of cash raised for the day, Freeman Agri won that by the 1,415. Second was Local Shua. Then came Battle Sneath, Bama Kwa, Brigade Parker, and Sapiko. And then checks for the day. Cash, but checks. In terms of checks, Brigade Parker won that with 3,000. Local Swizer 2,500. And Sapiko came after that. No, none of the other houses you have checkbooks, so it's unfortunate. Then we have pledges. Battle Sneath are leading the pledge table. I don't know why they should be proud of leading, but if you are proud of leading the pledge table, that's fine. Local Swizer came second on that one. You want the amounts? I'll total everything at the end for you. Freeman Agre, Brigade Parker, Sapiko, Bamakwa were third on that one. So in total, Sapiko, cash, checks and pledges 2,660. Freeman Agre 2,715. Sapiko 1,725. Brigade Parker 4,042. Bamakwa, don't, hold on. Bamakwa 1,380. And the winner, Local Shua, 4,745. Now you can clap for Brigade Parker. But we are here to collect the pledges. So, we'll see. Thank you. So, yeah, cash actually wins the day. Yeah, I'll get some. Yeah. So the only remark I have was from when I saw Atubanes, because it's from Takrady. The Takrady group said they don't have much money. Maybe if Joe Gatti is to be believed, then very soon it will be a vibrant. Secondly, Takrady will be vibrant again, and you can have money to pay your dues and things. Would ask somebody to move for the adjournment. Yeah. Is there a mic for him, please? Somebody is moving. Is there a mic for him? Or Doc, you can. Dr. Manku is moving. And then who is second? Yes, sir. Second by Anis Rafa. In the absence of a counter motion, this meeting stands adjourned. We shall now sing the last three verses of 870, and then we'll ask somebody to pray for us. Who's going to pray? Headmaster, would you pray? Okay, so we'll sing the last three verses of 870, then we'll have a closing prayer.
Please stand as we sing the last three verses of MHB 870. Lord, dismiss us with thy blessing. 1, 2.
Lord, dismiss us with thy blessing. Thanks for mercies must receive. Pardon all their faults confessing. Thy hands must may all retrieve. May thy children never again thy spirit breathe. Bless thou all our days of measure. Help us selfishness to thee. Sanctify our every pleasure. Your blameless may be. May our gladness draw us evermore to thee. Let thy Father and his shielding, oh yes, shall be no more. May the seed time pass be yielding, year by year, richer store. Those returning. Make more faithful and faithful. Thank you very much. See you same. Champon used to say, "See you same place, same time next year." Oh, sorry. You pray for us.
Shall we keep standing as we say the closing prayer? Let thy Father's hand be shielded. All who hear shall meet no more. May their seed time pass be yielding, year by year a richer store. Those returning make more faithful than before. Father, we thank you for the opportunity given us today. It was at your service that we came this morning. We started with you. And as we are closing, Father, we call on you to lead us, shield us from here. For us, when we meet next year, we shall give glory to your name. As we are living here to our various destinations, Father, we've not left you. We continue to plead for your protection, your guidance, and your guidance, that when we get to our various destinations, we shall give glory and honor to your name. We thank you, we give you glory, we give you honor. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
No, brother. No, brother. Yes, sir. Sorry? Lunch is served.